Okay. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, opposite ne-City Hall, masengijika nje. Siyabonga kakhulu. Ngibuye late mase. Angifike besebenza manje ngokusebenza. Kodwa ungilokhu nje the key abantu bakini aba-recognize like ukuthi ubani okhona olidayo delegation. Siyabonga kakhulu. Oh, that's good. to the chair. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, were you reading from a report there that you've submitted to us, or? Because
Yes,
I'm looking at your fleet report and I don't see that level of detail.
It's the additional information we submitted this morning. It may not have been printed already,
right.
but we submitted it today.
Do we have that? Okay, my apologies, I haven't seen that. I'll have a look at that and I'll respond to you as to whether we need more information. But if you can give specifics, always good to have a list of this vehicle went for a service and it took 3 months. This vehicle is still outstanding work, It helps with that sort of analysis. But thank you very much. Okay, what's next?
The next report relates to the legal representation, where we're indicating the firms that were appointed by COGTA. This is from April 2024 to date in terms of the costs that are in the presentation. On page 3 of the presentation, we are giving a summary of the litigation costs for legal services, indicating the attorneys that we've utilized and the amounts that we've paid since April 2024 to a total of 21 million. And the list is there in terms of these attorneys that we've been utilizing for the various cases, ranging from Klaba attorneys, Siva Chetty, Mbendle, TKN, and so forth. The request also indicated that you'd want to know the nature of the representation, the level of complexity to the expertise, the hourly rate. We've broken down the works in terms of the cases that each attorney is dealing with, and also the hourly rate that we use for the attorneys. You'd note Klaba attorneys as an example. The hourly rate is 1,304 exclusive of VAT, and for other cases they were using 1,200 per hour. If you move on to another attorney as an example, you'd note again the next one. Maybe if we take Mdlele Inc., it's 1,350. So we've sort of tried to put a cap in terms of the hourly rates depending on the nature of the case. We've listed the cases that each attorney has been dealing with, ranging from cases relating to local government issues where we are taken to court, as well as the issues of Amakosi or Ubukosi, where there are disputes that we need to take forward. Some cases have been running for a long time, and hence the reason why you'd see that the costs seem quite high in terms of payments made to date. There are some cases also that are internal to the department, including the implementation of consequence management. It's in some cases. The way we allocate the cases, it also depends on the expertise of the firm of attorneys. It also depends on the complexity of the matter in question, and also if there is continuity because the attorneys dealt with the case before, we also allocate that specific matter to that attorney. And also where there are similarities or facts, we also group it accordingly. So for now, we are reporting the expenditure of 21,496,000 for litigation cases where the department is being represented. That is the report in terms of legal. And the last report relates to the audited asset registers. Again, on this one, we're not sure what exactly the members of SCOPA would want, but we printed our asset register for the department, and we, in that asset register, we've categorized the capital assets as well as minor asset register, and also the finance list asset register. and so forth. So that's how we've grouped the printout that has been provided to the members. That is it from my report. If there are any additions, as I indicated earlier, the speakers that we outlined can then make the additions if the chair allows. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Members, you've heard now from the department, from the acting HOD. So let's start in the House. Are there questions to the department? Honourable Mgadi, Honourable Magubane. Okay, let's just check the platform. Anybody got their hands up on the platform? Honourable Naya. Okay, Honourable Mbato on the platform. Honourable Naya. That's it for now. Okay, so Honourable Ngadi, and I think I know what you want to engage on. I will allow you the opportunity if you wanted to ask some questions back and forth, and then we'll go to Honourable Magubane and then Honourable Mbato and Honourable Naya. All right, so if you want to ask a question and then a follow-up, I'll give you the latitude to do that. Okay, Honourable Ngadi, please.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Protiseth. Greetings to Honourable MSc Ngangelele. Thank you very much, Siyabonga. Ngibingelele honourable members in the House, SCOPA, as well as the management. No, thanks for an opportunity, Honourable Chairperson. Indeed, earlier on, I was very perplexed about the AG report, where they mentioned that there are events that have been paid for but did not take place. And the Honourable MEC has also indicated that there is a consequence management, which I think they're dealing with those issues when it regards to that. And another one, Chair, is the matter. I'm worried about the implementation on Section 106. I did highlight in various meetings in the past that you found that there will be an investigation that will be conducted in the municipality. And obviously the department will then do a recommendation to the municipality for the council to take a decision on the implementation part of those recommendations. And when it comes to the implementation, nothing gets materialized, and everything just keeps dying down. And, it's always business as usual. Yes, I understand that the department will then respond that that particular official who is implicated will then resign, and obviously nothing will actually continue on that matter. And it is a serious concern, which I think the department need to give us an indication on that process, on the legal matters, because it's concerning that when there is a decision but there is no implementation on those findings. Another one, Chair, I'm worried because the department is not saying anything about MSCOA. And MSCOA is a framework that was introduced by National Treasury to ensure the uniform and high quality of financial data from the municipalities. And if the department is not saying anything, that it's a worrying factor. What is it that municipalities are doing on the ground with regards to the MSCOA compliance? Because it assists the municipality to record and report their finances framework. The last one is the issue of the functionality of the Municipal Public Accounts Committee in the municipality, because that committee is ensure the effectiveness measure to deal with unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, and they deal with material findings that are allowed by the AG on the findings in the municipality, and deal with the issue of the turnaround and action plan to those findings. And I'm not convinced that you might find a few municipalities that has got the MPAC that is doing what is expected by them to deal with those issues. But the majority of the municipalities, there is a problem when it comes to that committee. I think the department needs to assist us on those matters because it's a serious concern. And that's why most of the municipalities, they are dying because the committee that should be monitoring the implementation in the municipalities is not doing what it's supposed to be. I think the department needs to take us through with regards to that as to what is their feeling. Thank you very much. I may have to come back, Hlalo, if there's something that I've left out. Thank you.
Sure. Acting HOD, if you'd like to just respond to those various queries from Honourable Ngadi. MEC, I know there's a desire maybe to respond as well, and I won't stop you, but at the end of the day, your accounting officer, the buck stops with him. So I really would prefer if the officials take responsibility. I'm not stopping you, MEC, but I far prefer officials taking responsibility for the work that they have to deal with. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I will request Ms. Govender to respond on the issue of the implementation of the Section 106 and the progress made to date. It's unfortunate the questions that were advanced, they did not go as far as the issues that Honourable Ngadi has raised, especially in as far as it relates to the M-score, the issue of the functionality of the MPAC. We do have those reports in place in detail, which we can probably provide in terms of the functionality. We do assessments in municipalities in terms of the state of local government reports, and we then develop what we call the municipal support and improvement plans per municipality, where we then monitor on a quarterly basis in terms of progress. So we can provide that detailed report for all the municipalities in terms of the status. If the chair can allow that, I think it shouldn't take us long because it's information that we have in our archives, and on a quarterly basis we go to the municipalities to assess, and they also on a monthly basis we've got a system where they do those updates on SharePoint on progress. In terms of the Section 106, if you can allow Shitao to come in, please.
I will. I do want to just take you up on that offer. I think it's very important. I certainly know that at a national level, when all the public accounts committees get together, we talk about support to impacts. So a report from you as to the status of those impacts and how they are functional across the province would be very useful. So we'll take you up on those reports. If you can send those to SCOPA, and we can have a look at those.
Thank you.
But yes, you may pass on to your colleague. MEC, yeah, if you want to add something, you're welcome to.
On the impact reports, you see the problem is that what you receive as reports from municipalities is not what is taking place on the ground. So all these quarterly and monthly reports give you an impression that the impact committees are functional, whereas they are dysfunctional. And the primary reason of that is that the MPEC chairs are not taking their responsibility seriously and are allowing the CFOs and municipal managers to write the reports on their behalf. So on this issue, I would not rely on what municipalities are submitting on a monthly and quarterly basis as to what is obtaining on the ground, because having visited a few municipalities and interacting directly with the MPEC committees, they are really out of their depth and they do need that support. So I think it's one of the issues which we as COGTA are now going to the ground in a cluster approach, grouping districts together and requesting political parties to really deploy MPEC chairs who have the capacity to take their work seriously. That is where the problem is. I just wanted to add on that one, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC. I think that's something that SCOPA could also take on, maybe to do oversight. Would you be able to provide us with a list of municipalities where you feel SCOPA is dysfunctional? An independent, but your own, that would be very helpful to us. Because we could certainly, I'm sure Honourable Ngadi would agree, we could certainly go and check that out, but also then provide assistance where we can. Okay. Thank you very much. Acting HOD, please proceed, whoever is going to report next or respond next.
Thank you, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. In relation to the issue of Section 106, I think on numerous occasions we've been before various committees of provincial parliament as well as national, where we have been faced with the situation that we are in right now, where we've had discussions around the implementation of Section 106 and the weaknesses and the challenges. And let us concede that it remains an issue, and it would remain such an issue up until such time that there are sufficient enforcement mechanisms in terms of the legal framework. Currently, we are bound by Section 106 of the Systems Act, which provides little to no enforcement mechanisms so far as it relates to municipalities implementing the recommendations of the reports. In that regard, we have developed the investigations bill, which purports to provide a framework for the implementation of Section 106, as well as the enforcement of Section 106. That bill has progressed to the extent that it is submitted to the Office of the Premier for certification, and we await such certification. It will then proceed through the parliamentary process. So at this stage, there is unfortunately not much that can be done other than rely upon the good conscience and principles of good governance and accountability and transparency, and plead with municipalities to do the right things in terms of anti-corruption and anti-fraud principles. And in saying that, Chair, we are conceding that it is a challenge, and we are saying that going forward we need to have reform in terms of the legal framework, and we have proceeded to the extent of a certified, or we are awaiting a certified bill in that regard. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, are there any further responses to Honourable Ngadi?
I think the issues that Chairperson Honourable Ngadi has raised are very fundamental. If we have to be specific for Section 106, there have been 2 reports that have been finalized. Utugela District Municipality, there were recommendations and findings, and the municipality implemented those findings, including the blacklisting of contractors. And then there was Endumeni, where the municipality stalled to implement the findings, asked for more time, that time lapsed. And then in the end, those senior officials who were responsible then resigned. So, and then you have Umsunduzi, where they've refused to cooperate with the Section 106. From the beginning, they've just refused. So it's just to give that picture that for Section 106 is not for a lack of trying, but it's the municipalities themselves which are giving us problems in these instances. And as we speak, for Nongoma and Watuguza, that Section 106 report is about to be finalized and will be tabled to the two respective municipalities.
Yeah, I'm coming there now. There was somebody else who's going to respond, or have you responded? Okay, so Honourable Ngadi, are there any follow-up questions?
No, thanks, Hlala. I thought maybe the acting OHOD will also give an indication on my first question with regards to what was reported by the AG, but let's leave it for now, because I know Honorable Makubana will come in on that one, which I indicated on to yourself, Honorable Chairperson, initially. But the very last one that I've left, my humble apology, is the failure to submit the disciplinary records. What enforcement action will be taken by the department against the municipality that continue to fail to submit DC records as required by the minister? Thank you.
All right, let's get a response to that, and then we'll go to Honourable Magavani.
Thank you. I think it was also one of the findings in terms of the AG, and again the weakness that the Honourable MEC mentioned in terms of the oversight structures in municipalities. It's something that we are dealing with in terms of capacitating the chairs and also ensuring that the disciplinary boards are put in place. We do have a challenge, yes, and it's something that we are working on, especially monitoring the establishment of those disciplinary boards and ensuring that the matters that are raised are then taken to conclusion. It's also linked to the Section 106 reports to some extent, and it's work in progress that we are hoping to overcome as the parties deploy the rightful impact chairs again and chairs of the various oversight committees that are within a municipality. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honourable Magabani, over to you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Greetings to the MEC, the department, and the honourable members, as well as AG. Firstly, if I may check with the department, based on the municipality's performance, which is the one municipality that received a disclaimer, which is the two that received the adverse, and then which is the 8 that received qualified opinion according to AG, and then I'll follow up.
Thank you. Please respond.
I'm trying to open my gadgets to get the list. I don't have it offhand.
Yeah, but maybe to assist the acting HOD while she opens the list, the disclaimer was Endumeni municipality, and the two adverse municipalities was Umzumbe and Umzinyathi. And then you had a list of about 8 qualified municipalities including Mtubatuba, Mkanyagut, and a whole range of those municipalities. And then you had 6 or 7 clean audits, and the rest were unqualified with findings.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable MEC, that's why I needed a list, because we don't want to generalize. We want to go straight onto the issue.
Thank you.
I'm sure you have it now, HOD.
Okay. The MEC indicated Endumeni for the disclaimer, which was a regression. For the adverse, it's Zinyati and Zumbe. And then for the qualified, there are 8. Utugela, Amajuba, Msunduzi, Umkanyagude, Inkoslang Alibalele, Inkosumtuba, Nongoma, and Umdoni. For Nongoma and Umdoni, it was a regression. And in terms of the unqualified with findings, there are 36.
No, that 36.
Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I just want to check in the audit findings, when you go to coordination and, on the functions, especially in relation to the municipal support improvement plans. Which of these municipalities you have inverted the MSIPs on them? The ones that received a disclaimer and the qualified and the what's the other one? It's disclaimer, qualified, and the adverse. Which ones of them you have inverted this support improvement plans? And before maybe you go to that one, if I may check, which team from the provincial department constitute a team that is overseeing the municipalities, or which positions are actually for that task? Then you can then respond as to which municipalities you have inverted these MSIPs on them.
Thank you, Honorable. In terms of MSIPs, all municipalities have been supported in developing MSIPs, and this support is done as a collective by the provincial department as well as DCOG in terms of the assessment tool that they provide for us to be able to then develop the municipal support.
Not to cut you off, who in the provincial department is responsible for that in your positions?
Okay, I was coming to that, Honorable. Honorable, in terms of the unit that is responsible for municipal support, it's mainly Program 2, which is the local government branch led by DDG Katite. But the municipal support plan has got a whole range of pillars that range from issues of governance, issues of service delivery, issues of LED, financial viability. I'm assuming your question relates mainly towards issues of finance and financial viability, which is a pillar within the MSIP. The unit that is responsible for that is municipal finance, led by Dr. Joey Krishnan, and that unit also supports the municipalities in terms of that particular pillar on municipal finance and issues of financial viability. In COGTA, also provincial treasury does have certain functions. Thank you.
Umagabani,
Thanks, Honorable Chair. On the findings of the AG, Section 47, remedial actions. Municipalities that are experiencing severe governance and performance challenges and outlines the targeted remedial actions to address the causes of the underperformance. As per AG, they're mentioning that progress report lacks the alignment which is specific to planned activities and the timelines. So it's difficult to assess whether the interventions are productive or not. Number two, it says the roles of the accounting officials or the accounting officers from the municipalities are not clearly defined within the progress of the tracking. So how then do the officials of the municipalities account if there are no roles specifically aligned to those officials? So that you can get clear accountability. And as to when you talk about financials and the statements, you know, they clearly for the CFO. And then when it comes to the some SCM processes and all the processes that are taking place in the municipality, they are linked with the municipal manager. And if the regulations and the legislation is not followed, it's linked with the municipal manager. So how then do you check if the municipality is progressing or not, if there are no roles that are linked to the accounting officials, so that you can be able to track the municipalities that are still underperforming?
Thank you, Honorable. I think that was the reason why we had to adjust our reporting template for the MSIP, which has since been addressed to clearly outline the roles and responsibilities. But in terms of how we're monitoring, we would have sessions with the relevant units. It's just the template that didn't have that line item to say who is responsible. That we made assumption because of there is a pillar driver. If, say, for instance, we are talking of financial viability, the pillar driver would be the CFO. So when we met with the municipalities, would ensure that the whole of MANCO is there, and then if there are follow-ups related to each pillar, then we follow up with the pillar driver. But that has since been addressed. As I indicated, the responsibility matrix is now part of the template for the MSIP. Again, on a quarterly basis, we would have sessions with the whole of MANCO in a municipality to ensure that the indicators in the MSIP are addressed, and they also take ownership in terms of reporting for those. Even at the DDM structures, in some cases, the pillar owner then takes responsibility to report at the various clusters within the DDM model, where they would also report on progress with the implementation of the State of Local Government report and the MSIP.
Thank you, Chair. The third question, I just want to check, what do you think as the HOD needs to happen, according to you, with the municipalities that performed very badly, especially the 8 ones, the 2 and the 1, according to you, before I go to the MEC?
That's a difficult question, Honorable, but in my view, I think there are many areas that we have realized where local government needs to be strengthened, and this is the reason why we now have the review of the white paper on local government, which will then assist us moving forward. There are quick wins in the white paper on local government that have been identified, which will then assist us to address some of those weak areas within the system, the systematic challenges that we have within the local government system. But again, the issue of the professionalization of local government, it is something that we really need to look into. If you look at, say, for instance, within the law arrangements, you'd have the law society, you'd have registration, and if you are found to be guilty, you are deregistered. So the same should happen within the professionalization process, where we've bodies that assist in terms of governing the various professions, which can then deregister someone that doesn't perform in line with the ethics of that professional body. Similarly with engineers and other professions. So in my view, I think with the professionalization and other systematic issues that we are addressing through the white paper, we'll eventually get there. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. So that you have went on that professionalization. On the audit opinion report, it's been highlighted the HR management professionalization as an issue in the department. There is non-compliance in several areas. There was no evidence on an appointed senior manager that was obtained the mandatory nuclear pre-entry certificate. What position was that?
Thank you, Honorable. This was not a position in the department. It's the technical experts that are not appointed through the normal recruitment process of public service.
So they're not under the department?
They're not under the department in terms of the public service regulations, but they are part of the deployments that we do.
So they don't follow the HR processes, that's what you're saying?
They don't follow the Public Service Commission HR processes in terms of recruitment.
Okay, what specifically position is that?
This was the technical expert for COGTA, for Mr. Pina.
The second one that was identified by the AG is an official that did not undergo the required competence assessment prior appointment. Which official is that?
May I request HR to assist me with the name?
And the position.
And the position. Advocate.
Thank you, Chair, honourable members. The first one, the non-compliance on the professionalisation of the public service, the in-your-care certificate, the technical expert, as far as we were concerned, was not required to do an in-your-care certificate. None of our MRs or technical experts do. And the AG was insistent.
Sorry, Chair, can you get closer to the mic so that we can hear clearly?
Is that better? The non-compliance with regard to the in-your-care certificate came about when the AG was insisting that the technical expert had completed the in-your-care, did not complete the in-your-care as additional to the establishment, usually not required to. They are not permanent members of staff on the fixed establishment, but the technical expert has since completed the in-your-care certificate and has handed that into the department. When it comes to the competency assessment, there was a mix-up with the service provider who had an employee who left the employee and nobody attended to what was in their mailbox. So and until such time as we inquired from them with regard to the competency assessment for the senior manager in the post of Chief Director, Municipal Administration and Governance, they then apologized and that was sorted out, and the Chief Director, Municipal Administration and Governance has since completed the competency assessment. Thank you.
Just to check, that competence assessment, doesn't it go before the appointment? Doesn't it go with all the paperwork that is required if a person has undergone all the steps? If I may check, before the appointment, the paperwork or the file of that candidate, this assessment, does it not form part of the paperwork that is scrutinized before the finalization or on that position?
No, Honourable Magwani, that is not the case. The competency assessment has nothing to do with the actual recruitment of the candidate him or herself. As long as we complete a competency assessment within 6 months of appointment, this is acceptable, and the competency assessment is used in order to identify any gaps that the appointed person may have to be included in the performance agreement and the personal development plan.
Thanks for the answer, but I believe that the competence and the assessment, you actually need to know a person while coming in and what gaps that person has. You cannot know that person when he's inside. You have then to know that person when he's coming, if there are shortfalls or anything on that person. So I don't know. How do you then work it around? If then you see many gaps on that person, it's more like you're going to start that person afresh. So because this is a high position, you need to make sure that you get the right person. And then you are able even to study the kind of a person that is into that position. What kind of a person is he? Where does he need assistance? And then how does he understand or read the environment or the capacity of thinking? Because I think the competency talks to that. If then I'm already inside, and then now you're checking my capacity of thinking, what are you going to do with it because I'm already inside? You will be based on that I'm still under probation. Doesn't go like that. You have to know me when I'm still coming in. What kind of a person, this capacity of thinking and all that. That's what the assessment is for. That's what I believe. Or unless it's another assessment that I don't know. But it cannot be the other way around. It cannot be the other way around, Chair. The assessment needs to come in while the person is being on the process of running for the position. The last, I think it's the last one based on the HR professionalization, because these are the issues that we're going to receive. And if it's done in the provincial level, how do you think we will get right municipal managers and the CFOs? If the proper steps are not done in the provincial level to ensure that the correct and right people, they come in a right process so that their performance can be better in the department. That's what the municipalities will do. That's what the mayors will do. That's what the councillors will do. They will appoint a person who's not competitive. They will appoint a person who's not suitable for the position. If proper steps and the assessment are not followed, if proper recruitment procedures are not followed, you will end up with wrong people in position. And the positions that have powers to take decisions in the department will be occupied by incorrect candidates. Because what you practice in a provincial level must go down to the municipalities. So what you practice here, the municipalities will copy. That is why we're having these problems of municipalities with qualified audit opinions, with disclaimer, with adverse. Because they've got wrong officials. The way they were employed, it starts from there. How were they employed? Was the proper steps and the procedures followed? Then you get the results. If you did not follow the proper steps and the procedures that links together with qualifications, then you will have wrong candidates in the positions. You can't turn things around and say assessment is done when the person is inside. I don't think it goes like that, but we'll deliberate on it as the committee, because I don't really believe it goes in that way. The last question, we cannot be based much on HR, but I think MSc, you've got a picture on what needs to be done. It's direct to you, MSc. Am I audible? Yes. Okay. It's direct to you, MEC. On the municipalities that underperformed, or actually that their performance it's worse than outside the standard. Which municipalities are under administration from this list? And which ones are not under administration, and maybe the reasons why they are not there under administration? And then I will follow up if the MSC, after the MSC has responded. Thanks.
No, thank you very much to the honorable member. Maybe before even responding to this one, I personally am not happy with a lot of HR practices which are obtaining in the department, and we hope that they improve. For example, when I arrived, there is a person who was victimized and dismissed unfairly in the disaster management unit because of his political affiliation. I had to reinstate that person because the procedures were not followed. And recently we've had an employee who was working for the Public Service Commission and has been employed by COGTA. And when he relocated to Ulundi, they refused to pay his relocation expenses because he's going to Ulundi. So there are many HR practices which are not compliant with the law, but I do hope that the senior officials are picking that up. With regards to the municipalities, Cabinet has intensified support through Section 154 by deploying local government experts to turn around those municipalities with unfavorable audit outcomes. In Umkhanyakude, we have intervened under Section 154, and there is an expert there, Mr. Bambandwandwe, who is assisting the municipality to improve their audit outcome. Same as Utugela, we are there under Section 154. We have deployed Dr. Vijay Mtembu, who is assisting the municipality to get out of the audit outcome. And Umzinyati, we are assisting there under Section 154 with Mr. Zweli Dlamini, who is permanently based, to ensure that they get out of that. Similarly, with Amajuba, we have seconded an acting municipal manager to try and get them out of that situation. So there are municipalities where we have adopted a hands-on approach in this regard. Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you. Is it right, Chair? Thank you, MEC, for the response. Although the intervention that is fully under administration is only on the 3 municipalities out of the 12 or 11, we need to, if we need to put administrators on all of them, that must take place because it cannot continue in that way. That there are issues in the municipalities, and then also the office of the MEC doesn't act because then the department won't act. So let the MEC act on it. We know about the move you've taken on reinstating Makui. We know about that matter. And we'll also want to warn the officials, all of them, stay away from politics. Stay away from politics, especially in KwaZulu-Natal. Politics are changing day in, day out. So you'll be stuck on the political decisions. And when we come, we're going to deal with you direct in a political manner as you did to others. So stop that practice. Just be professional. Do your job. Shy away from political issues. The politicians, the MEC is the only politician on your side. We will deal with things politically, but you as administration, as the department, stay away from politics because we know that issue. And we know the issues around the department, what's going on. And when things changes, you will be in a very bad position. We're not threatening anyone, but we're just warning someone to stay away from politics. Just do the administration, do your job, and then that's where we're going to meet. But in politics, then leave the office, come decide, wear T-shirts with us. Then we can be able to know how to deal with each other. But the decision you took, MEC, it was very much correct to deal with things professionally. Professionally, so it was correct. So I think that's the end of my questions, Chair. Thanks for the response to the department. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Magabani. Okay, let's now go to the platform. Honourable Mbata.
Yes, Chairperson, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to the MEC and the HOD and the entire members of the executive in that department. Chairperson, I have a few questions that I want to ask. First and foremost, to the HOD. I want to understand, I normally start with this question. I want to understand the HOD, according to your knowledge, in the context of being the acting HOD, what does it mean to be a leader? That's the first question. In the context of being the HOD, what does it mean? Your understanding. What does it mean to be a leader? What are your responsibilities? What is it that you must do, you must not do as a leader in that department? That would be my first question, Chairperson. Then I'll come back with after she has replied, I'll come back with other questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Acting HOD.
Thank you. I think the role of the HOD is defined in the PFMA, section 38 to I think about 43 of the PFMA, where it defines the expectations in terms of an accounting officer. That also includes the issue of maintaining an effective, efficient, and transparent system of financial and risk management and internal control to ensure that there is a system of internal auditing and organization, to ensure that the procurement system is fair and transparent, and there is also an economical use of resources within the organization. And again, as a leader, you are therefore expected to implement consequence management where there are these shortcomings in terms of the expectations in the PFMA. As the accounting officer, we are also expected to ensure that you take steps against any official that contravenes or fail to comply with the provisions of the Act and related regulations. I think I can stop there for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairperson. Now, HOD, you've defined the role of a leader. Actually, you're defining your role as the acting HOD in that department. Now, I always say this, and I'm going to say it through you, Chair. The collapse of any department, government department, mainly because the systems that need to be monitored by the HOD collapses in the face of almost few of the HODs, and the blame will always go to a political principal. Yet the accounting officer does not at any stage live up to her standard of being the HOD. But let's continue. The Auditor General called it plainly a municipal meltdown. We have municipalities collapsing under your department oversight. Newcastle being a prime example. The report shows a chronic non-compliance with controls, no consequence management, and service delivery paralysis. Now, here's the question. What has COGTA actually done not to plan or to restore functionality, governance, and financial discipline in Newcastle and other red flag municipalities? Actions and names, not intentions. That would be my first question. Can you reply on that one so that I'll come back to others?
Thank you, Chair, Honourable. The first issue, you were relating it to the role of an accounting officer. Municipalities do also have accounting officers in the form of municipal managers, and these are governed by the MFMA. And myself, as the acting HOD in the public service, I am governed by the PFMA. So we all have complementary roles. I have to look after the provincial department and its operations, as well as ensuring as a provincial government or as a department, we operate in line with the law. When it comes to municipalities, the work that we do is also governed by our constitutional obligation, where we either support, and where that support has failed, we go on to propose various interventions governed by Section 139. And in those interventions, you still have to get authority from the executive, from the NCOP, from the national minister, before you can intervene. And where there are failures in terms of meeting the constitutional obligation as a department, we do make recommendations to the provincial executive through our Honourable MEC in terms of where we think we should intervene. And at the end of the day, it's the executive that therefore makes the final determination based on the motivation that would have provided and other issues that the provincial executive may consider. So as much as the department can make a recommendation in terms of implementing either Section 139, A, B, or C, it depends on the provincial executive decision in terms of where we go eventually, and it also depends on the NCOP and as well as the National Minister of COGTA on the finality. You'd find that in some cases where we have made recommendations for a Section 139, that decision has not been taken through as proposed by the department. And as it stands, as KZN, we do not have any municipality under Section 139. We have municipalities under intensified Section 154, where we are providing that intense support in deploying additional resources to support municipalities. Newcastle, yes, it has its own fair share of challenges, but there are municipalities that are worse than Newcastle, where we had proposed certain interventions, and those that are still, they've not been taken through as we had recommended, given the challenges that we had seen on the ground, as well as the issues that we have been raised through the state of local government assessment that we would have undertaken. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairperson. Even though you were explaining the role and the responsibilities of the HOD and the municipal managers, but you haven't answered my question. And let me put my question to you again, HOD. Now, what has COGTA actually done, not planned, to restore functionality, governance, and financial discipline in Newcastle and other red-flagged municipalities? Give us dates, actions, and names, not intentions. That was my question, HOD.
Sorry, Honourable Bart, if I can just come in there. Look, I share your frustration. But the reality is we can only put questions to the HOD that she literally has an answer to. The constitutional setup in South Africa, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, effectively makes municipalities like their own authority. And although the department can provide support, and there are certain drastic interventions that they can take, like Section 106, Section 139, Section 154, they cannot go in and intervene and take over a municipality unless they follow those very drastic interventions. So unless we're talking about Section 139, and I will remind you about Section 139, is there's not one single municipality in the country that's actually come out of 139 on the right side of things. Not one. So it's found that it's actually not very effective. But yeah, I just don't want us to badger the HOD with information that you cannot give or cannot answer because it's actually not within a remit. And the HOD did say that they're giving Section 154 special municipal advice or municipal experts to Newcastle. So I just want to give that context to what the department can actually do. Unfortunately, in some situations, unless the MEC differs with me, their hands are actually tied. It's actually, I believe it's ripe for a constitutional change in South Africa. And we shouldn't be scared of changing our constitution. It's an experienced document. Honourable Mbata, do you want to? Okay, so with that in mind, HOD, can you respond?
I think you've covered me. May I stand down? Thank you.
Honourable Mbata, sorry, I wasn't trying to cut your questions. I would like to call all municipalities to SCOPA to account, but legal advice says that we can't do it. We literally we can invite them, but they can actually tell us to sack. They don't want to come. They have that authority. It's very frustrating. Please, Honourable Mbata, continue.
Okay, Chairperson, okay, it's okay. Now, the next question. Who is responsible for ensuring that municipal finances and technical posts are filled? And why does COGTA keep recycling this excuse? Is there
a follow-up, Honourable Chair, while Honourable Mbata.
I don't know whether
A point of order there, Honourable Glubwana.
Yeah, I see, but I was still cutting. I wanted to have a follow-up on the issue that we raised regarding the municipalities unable to come before us.
Yes.
Yes, if Honourable, but you can bear with me, Umfundis. I'm not sure.
no problem.
On the same issue that you are raising, because I wanted to make direct follow-up, not that Honourable, but I was out of order. The issue relating to the municipalities, we're putting money into them through the Department of COGTA. You know, they ought to account to us regarding that. I don't think it's possible that we can provide money and we are unable to make them account for that money. There is a serious on that, Honorable Chairperson, which I've got a problem with. And I think we need to get a formal legal opinion on this, that the legislature provide money into the municipalities, set municipalities. And if we want them to account for that money, we're unable to make them account. I've got a serious problem with that. That's the issue I wanted to raise, Honorable Chair. My apologies to interject on Honorable Mbata.
Yeah, maybe I could just make my point clear. I fully agree with you that if the job of SCOPA is public accounts, so if money has been awarded to COGTA as part of the budgetary dispensation, then COGTA must account for every single cent that they received from the provincial legislature. And in the same way, I agree with you, Honourable Mgwana, if the legislature directly has provided money by way of grants, etc., directly to the municipality, they must account. But municipalities get a lot of their money from the national fiscus. They have their own tranche of equitable share. It's called MES, Municipal Equitable Share. That money does not come from us. And as a result of the constitutional setup, that's our problem. We run into that issue. And I was just concerned that Honourable Mbata is starting to talk to the Honourable, to Acting HOD as if she is the municipal manager of Newcastle. And that's, I'm just saying it's difficult for the Acting HOD to pretend that she is the MM of Newcastle or the CFO of Newcastle. What she can respond to is what COGTA have done to assist Newcastle, to try and push them in the right direction. But she cannot be held responsible if the MM is not doing their job in Newcastle. I'm sure you can understand the distinction. And I'm sure, I hope I'm clear on that. But let's go back to Honourable Mbata.
Chairperson, thanks, Honourable Dlungwane, for the follow-up. I wanted to take that direction, Honourable Dlungwane, but I was like, let me just allow the chairperson to be the chairperson. But in a true sense of it, chairperson, I was expecting the acting HOD to answer that question, probably the way you've answered it, but I needed to hear from her. But let me continue. Chairperson, the Auditor General and other internal reports show that legal expenses, in particular, I'll always bring Newcastle on these questions that I have, because to me they are a study case, and I'll tell you why I'm saying Newcastle is a study case. Now, especially in Newcastle municipality and other municipalities under your oversight, has become excessive and unjustifiable. It has come to my attention that there is what you call Mpela attorneys and DPM attorneys continue to receive large legal payments, while the municipality already employs a legal manager who is a qualified attorney. Now, here's the question. Why is the municipality still outsourcing legal work at such high cost, and when there is an internal legal professional appointed and paid by the municipality?
Acting HOD, do you want to respond to that question?
Thank you. It's a bit difficult to be specific to a municipality in terms of my responses today. If we're given a chance to go back and reflect on the specific instances that are being highlighted, the issue of the use of consultants was flagged by the AG when it comes to the MFMA audits. And it's a matter that is also part of our audit improvement strategy when we look at the MFMA audits to reduce the use of consultants. Municipalities are governed by a different legislation from COGTA, and again, we stick to our constitutional mandate of support, building capacity. But when we pick up an issue, we then move on to interventions that are highlighted earlier on. So Newcastle could be paying high costs in terms of legal, or they could be paying high costs in terms of other services that they provide. And we may, if there is a need for an investigation into that, we do then institute those investigations where necessary. But as it stands, it's a bit tricky, as we would not be able to have instances of that particular service provider that the Honourable is mentioning. So I'm finding it a bit difficult to have a clear response on that particular incident of Newcastle in the use of the external consultant. But it's a matter that we are going to definitely go back and look into to ensure we address. But legal managers in municipalities, they also do not appear in court. And at times, if there is a need for appearance in court, then that service is outsourced. But I would not be able to know exactly the circumstances for Newcastle, hence the reason why we need to go back and investigate. Thank you.
Will you please provide the committee with a report on that?
Yes,
Thank you. Okay, Honourable Mbata, back to you.
Yes, Chair. I'll have to come with the last question, and then I'll come back maybe if I get another opportunity to do so. I'm trying to find this other question. Sorry about that. Where's my question now? Okay, Chairperson, let me come back because I don't know what's happening. I've lost my question here.
Chair.
Sorry, members who are jumping in, Honourable Nai has been waiting as well. I'm just sticking to the order. Okay, we'll come back to you, Honourable Mbata, when you find your question. Honourable Nai.
Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Nai, you've been waiting patiently.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good day to the Honourable MEC, the Acting HOD and Department, and to colleagues. A lot has been said about local government and what the department is doing in terms of support and oversight. One thing we all agree on is that there are some serious issues in local government. What I'd like to know is in terms of the professionalism framework concerning local government, I see that there has been some work that has begun on the 30th of September 2025. What I'd like to know is what is the timeline? What is the proposed timeline for the professionalization framework to actually yield some results? And what is the budget attached to it? Are there budgetary constraints in regards to providing the kind of support and oversight that municipalities require? And having personally gone to a number of these municipalities that have many challenges, one thing was very clear is that they are crying out for additional support. So perhaps the department could speak to that. And the Auditor General also highlighted the deficiencies in this area in terms of a tracking system for disciplinary records to be escalated to the minister. So many issues in terms of local government. So we need some sort of indication of what your plan is. I mean, we are happy that there is something happening. But if it happens at snail pace, the chances of a turnaround in time in municipalities may be a little bit too late. And so, you know, given the number of protests and so on, we are really concerned whether the department has the capacity and the resources to be able to perform that oversight role in municipalities. And then the other concern that I had is with regards to litigation spending. Now, I'm not sure what the total litigation fees are, but one has to ask the question, how much has been recovered or awarded in the department's favor? And, what are the top 5 matters that you are dealing with in terms of litigation? How are you choosing your attorneys? What criteria is being used in the selection of attorneys? Then coming to disaster management, it's also good to hear that there is a plan in place that will be in place by the 31st of March 2027. However, the concern is what happens from now till 2027? What is the interim risk measures that are in place until then? I think in a nutshell, what I'm saying when it comes to local government, disaster management, our litigation and so on, time is of essence. How can the department assure us that all of these issues will be dealt with speedily, and whether you have the budget and the capacity to deal with these issues speedily, because they need to be dealt with speedily? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Acting HOD.
Thank you. I'll start with the issue of the professionalization and the budgetary constraints or the budgetary implications. I think it's difficult for now to indicate what the budgetary implications are in terms of the professionalization process, because it is a process that we have not budgeted for or that we've not costed as yet. As I speak from today until tomorrow, there is a provincial professionalization capacity building summit at the ICC led by the Premier. The Honourable MEC was supposed to be doing remarks there, and it is a part of the process to start outlining what needs to be done to professionalize the public service as well as local government. So at this stage, it would be difficult to come up with a cost. But obviously, moving forward, we should be able to do that. We, as a department, we play an important role in terms of capacitating municipalities and playing that oversight, and also ensuring we've got the structures that are there for oversight in municipalities that receive support. So currently, we are utilizing our own internal capacity as COGTA to assist municipalities in terms of that professionalization framework. But that framework is quite broad, as it includes the recruitment process, it includes the registration with professional bodies and many other sub-activities linked to the framework. So at the moment, the framework has not been costed. When it comes to litigation, we do have a report that we presented earlier on during this meeting, and we did indicate the costs in terms of our litigation costs as COGTA, which add up to about 21 million across about 10 or so attorneys that we utilize. And I think in terms of the matters that we deal with, the key issues around the disputes in terms of ubukosi, or as there are many that we are dealing with. Some of them relate to the decisions that are taken at PEC level that are then challenged, and we now have to go to court to prove our cases. So litigation in terms of ubukosi disputes are some of the key issues that we deal with, over and above the local government issues where municipalities maybe fail to play their role or their constitutional mandate, and we have to intervene. A good example is where maybe the municipalities are disputing in terms of the constitution of EXCO, as well as the speed with which they conduct their by-elections, all those issues, then at times we are cited as COGTA, and we then have to respond. In terms of the criteria for utilizing the attorneys, I did outline that it also depends on the expertise of the firm and the matter at hand. If there is a continuity in terms of the cases, we also utilize the same attorneys instead of starting the case afresh. We have cases that we've been dealing with over on Ubukos disputes, maybe over the past 5 years, and we then have to utilize the same attorneys. And where there are similarities of facts, we also then utilize the same attorneys. When it comes to the issue of disaster management and the 2027 target, the 2027 target is now for the level 2 disaster management plan, which is quite comprehensive. At the moment, we do have a level 1 plan that we are utilizing as a province, but there are certain elements that require regular updates, which includes the detailed risk assessment that requires experts, that the expertise that we don't have within COGTA and that we have outsourced. Is the reason why we are saying 2027 for a fully fledged disaster management plan, but we do have interim measures in terms of the policy framework that we have and also the disaster management plans of the various sector departments that we have. In terms of interim measures, we've done risk assessments as COGTA. We've also budgeted for disaster management. We've prioritized the filling of posts. We've also put together systems through CSIR, and we've signed agreements with various stakeholders that will complement the work that we do, including the recent agreement we signed with the DBSA, where they will be supporting us in terms of the implementation of disaster management, the strengthening of systems, project management, as well as assessments when a disaster occurs. So we do have interim measures in place, and we feel come 2027, when a comprehensive risk assessment is done, we would also be able to put together mitigation strategies for those new risks that would have emerged. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Mbata, did you find your missing question?
Chair, I have a follow-up.
Okay. Honourable Naya.
So my question is, in terms of these local government experts, administrators, how is the department tracking whether we are getting a good return on investment, whether they are indeed making some sort of progress in these municipalities that they're allocated to? Thanks.
Jody.
Thank you. Maybe let me take a step back by indicating that when we deploy an administrator or technical experts, is based on an assessment in terms of either the non-fulfillment of a constitutional obligation or areas that would have identified as part of the state of local government assessment. So we deploy an expert or an administrator based on the nature of the challenge that that administrator is supposed to go and address. We do sign contracts with the technical experts or administrators. The contracts are performance, they've got performance indicators, and on a monthly basis, they submit reports in terms of the work that they do, and on a quarterly basis, the office of the HOD also meets with these administrators or technical experts to receive detailed reports on the performance. And we do submit these performance assessments when we do the reviews of the Section 139 to the provincial executive. In part of that includes an assessment of the performance of the administrator or the expert in relation to the key findings from the assessment and the key issues that administrator is supposed to be dealing with. So we do have a system in place for monitoring. Thank you.
Right. Honourable Naya, are you done?
Thanks, Chair. I'm sorted.
Okay, thank you. Right, now we'll... Honourable Mbati, you've now joined us in person. Did you find your missing question? Or can I go to Honourable Mgadi? All right, okay. Honourable Mgadi?
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, bengicela ukubuza umbuzo oyi-1 to the Honourable MEC Ungangelele. My question to the MEC, Honourable Ngangelele, uyawusaba section 139C.
So is that the question?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. I think the intervention under Section 139 happens through the Cabinet. So it's based on an assessment of the conditions. So if the conditions do insist that we impose Section 139C, then I think the Cabinet will take that decision.
Okay. No, thanks. I have a reason why I'm asking that, because there are municipalities, for example, uMasipala waseNdumeni, that warrants a dissolution, Honourable Chairperson. And seemingly the reason why I'm asking the MEC is because it looks like as if we are quite a bit scared with to dissolve those municipalities, and really it's a serious matter, which I think we need to look into it going forward, because we have observed there are too many irregularities. Otherwise, if the decision is for the Cabinet, I think really you are applying the Section 3139 B, the West scenario. But there are municipalities that could see that one, it warrants a dissolution. There are no decisions that are being taken by council, and the management is in tatters. It means that uMasipala as well is at stake. Otherwise, it's a subject that you need to overlook, to look at it going forward as the standing as the SCOPA. The very last one, Honourable Chairperson, is the question that I posed to the HOD with regards to the events that have been paid but did not take place. I will go direct. The AG reported an amount of 193,000 rand. What was that? If you can tell us what happened there for that amount of that really transpired, so that we'll be at ease on that one, Honourable. 893,000 rand. Pardon me.
I'm glad you finally got there, Honourable Ngadi. I'm glad you finally got there to ask that question, because we had to ask that one. Can we get, please, I would really like to get some information on that. The MEC referred to it. There was this event that just didn't happen. And what SCOPA would like to know is what action was taken there. I think that's the SCOPA question. What action was taken there towards contractors, towards the officials involved? What consequence management happened as a result of that? And of course, recovery. So, HOD, if you could just answer that, please.
Okay, we did report it under the UIFW. I'm trying to find the actual case number in this document where we reported on the 898 or so payment that was made for an event that did not take place. I did indicate, and the MEC also indicated that consequence management is already underway. The matter was reported.
Can I just interrupt you? What number under the UFRW? Because we were looking at this earlier and we couldn't find it.
Number 53.
Number 53. Okay.
Yes, number 53 on page
there it is.
13.
Okay. All right.
Page 13.
Okay, please continue.
8/9 payment of
Colleague,
services not rendered.
It's in the document that we received. Sorry, obviously it slipped past it.
13.
Yeah, okay.
So in this particular case, a case has been opened with the SAPS in terms of the recovery process. The disciplinary measures were also taken on the officials that were involved on this one, and it's still work in progress in terms of the implementation of all the recommendations that were made post the investigations. But maybe the Honourable MEC may want to add on what I've indicated. One official was charged but retired before the conclusion of the process. Two resigned before being charged, and one was charged and later resigned during the disciplinary process. And again, on the same matter, two were charged, and this is two were charged and processed through labor relations, and we've got a case number in terms of the police. The case number is also indicated in the reports, 429 of 02 of 2024. So the matter has also been referred to the State Attorney at the Office of the Premier.
All right. And civil recovery on that one?
It's underway.
So who is the contractor that received the money?
Yeah, maybe let me come in, Chairperson, because on this case, it took place in the 2023-2024 financial year, where this event was a bogus event, which never took place. There is no evidence of it taking place, but the officials paid a service provider called ORAP, who incidentally was the only service provider being used for many other events around that time in the run-up to the elections. Now, as a result of the investigation, 4 officials resigned before they could face the charges, including the CFO, director, supply chain management, the head of ministry of the time, and all of them could not answer for the charges. But pursuant to that, we then opened a criminal case with the South African Police Service, and it's at a very advanced stage because there are elements of criminality and collusion between officials and the service provider. And we do hope that the police will conclude the case, and those who defrauded government will then have to answer for their questions. But what we have since done is to blacklist this company and to engage on a civil recovery for the amounts owed, and which we hope to recover at some point with the assistance of the law enforcement agencies.
Okay. Honourable Ngadi, do you have any more on that particular issue?
No, thanks, Chair. So far, ngizayithetela ozakwethu. No, so far,
Okay.
ngiyicishe ngibe covered. Noma nganele kahle sobuya sibuye. It's not the end of the world. Thank you.
Sure. It is quite an old matter. Okay, Honorable Magabani, you're eating into your lunchtime now, Honorable Magabani.
Thanks, Chair. It's not many questions. Although the MEC has just went where I wanted to go on the matter involving the recovery of the amount. So I just need clarity first, MEC. Is it blacklisting or the recovery, or it happens the both? Because legally, does it allow us to charge twice? But I'm just checking so that legally we cannot have legal cost on top of what we're trying to recover. Is it a blacklisting? Because if we're shooting straight to blacklisting, then we will forget about the money. Because that company won't move anywhere. And then if it's recovery, then we're bringing back the money that the department has lost. So just a clarity on that one. Then I have one last question.
Let me see if you can assist.
So, as far as I know, we are doing both the civil recovery as well as the blacklisting concurrently. So it's both.
Does it allow us legally? We won't have other legal implications out of that.
As far as we know, it's allowed.
Last one. Thank you so much, HOD. Last one, Honorable MEC and the HOD. Maybe this one is specifically for the MEC, which can be for homework as well, MEC. There's legislations that needs to be followed when it comes to the security details of the municipal officials. It's written down. I think it was regulated in 2023. I think it's section 39 somewhere of 2023. That says municipal officials, they only allowed to be provided with 2 securities in their positions. And then if needed more, there must be a risk or threat assessment that must be done. And then after then, it must be then submitted and be approved for the additional of the security detail. We're having issues in the places we are living in of convoys of the security detail. Where I'm staying, it's your mayors, even politically affiliated, with 4, 6, 8 security detail. And the invoices that are being invoiced, it's not the first time I'm raising this. And the invoices that are being charged to the municipalities around the security detail, it's a huge amounts. What are you going to do with that, MEC? What is your plan on that? I don't want to be specific with the municipality. We'll give you the details.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Through you, there is a government gazette that talks to the security provisions for the mayor, deputy mayor, speaker, and whip of council, which then allocates 2 bodyguards per office bearer. But in 2018, in this province, the president then constituted what was called the Political Killings Task Team. where within a space of close to 12 months, more than 9 councillors were murdered. And the SAPS could not keep up with the request to do the threat assessment on each and every request coming from the councillors. As a result, in eThekwini municipality, all councillors were provided with security on a blanket approach without waiting for the threat assessment. Even today, all councillors of eThekwini are provided with that security. So it has become very difficult to enforce or to regulate in KwaZulu-Natal due to the issue of political killings of councillors. You've got a Nongoma municipality where at some point all councillors had to be escorted every day because they were now operating outside of their jurisdiction. And all councillors had to be provided with cards. So when a mayor comes to say his life is under threat and 2 bodyguards are not enough and they need 4, we as a department are not in a position to assess, to say whether that is right or not, because SAPS is no longer providing that threat analysis because of the unique situation of KwaZulu-Natal. So it is a problem. It is a high-cost driver to many municipalities, but it's something where our hands are tied as COGTA due to the political sensitivity of the killing of political office bearers in the province. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
All right. Members, I see there are lots of hands now. Just reminding you, we've got Public Works at 2 o'clock. So, and we still want to have lunch in between. So I will take Honourable Magubane as a follow-up, then Honourable Mbata, then Honourable Mkhize.
I do, thanks, Chair. I do share the sentiments, Honourable MEC, but the regulation says 2. Let's say, for in case of safety, or for the matter of safety, they are provided security. But although it doesn't specify the councillors, it only specifies the top officials. But let's say even a councillor gets 2. I'm worried about the number that now goes to 4, 6, and 8. What is your plan around that? The number, because the only regulated number to specific officials is 2. But they now they've got 4, 6, and 8. What are you saying around that one?
Maybe I will request, Chairperson, the HOD to make available to SCOPA the list of municipalities that are non-compliant in terms of the number, because we do have that list and we do write to them on a monthly basis to warn them that they are not complying and to request them to comply. But many of them do not respond and they continue with that high number. So in the absence of physically, going there, there's nothing much we can do except to highlight to this committee and to the relevant bodies like the Auditor General of that non-compliance in terms of security provision.
Okay, I think that would be great if we could get a report, maybe couple it with that report with the dysfunctional impacts. Make it one report with 2 different sections. But I think, once again, there lies the challenge, Honourable Magubane, of the constitutional setup. Honestly, municipalities are set up like fiefdoms, and you just hope you've got good actors there. That's always the problem.
Yeah, it can be a challenge, Chair, to agree with the MEC, but it depends on the disciplinary actions that is taken by the department. Because there is CFO, there is MM, deal with those 2.
Yeah, but you see, maybe we're missing each other here. The Department of COGTA has no authority to call a disciplinary with the CFO of a municipality. There's no authority whatsoever in our law. That's the problem. Okay, let's try and wind up, colleagues. We've got Honourable Mbata and Honourable Mkhize. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Probably, let me begin by saying we, as you normally say, Chairperson, that we want to see this government of KwaZulu-Natal doing well, especially when it comes to service delivery. We are not asking these questions just because we want to expose or we are playing politics and stuff. But when we identify issues, HOD, we need to deal with them so that next time when you come back, we know that these issues won't be part and parcel of our discussion. Now, this is about a system that is failing. That is why I asked you about the issue of leadership. So when the system is failing or the system is collapsing, you always ask about the issue of leadership, administratively or even politically. Now, the Auditor General speaks in facts, but according to the slides of the department, there are a lot of promises. So now it's facts vis-a-vis promises. And I will show you why I'm saying that. And what I'm about to say, you can respond, but at the same time, it's about when you go back to say, how can we fix these problems? Municipalities in this province are dying. Like literally, they're dying. That is why I brought in the issue of Newcastle. And Honourable Chief Whip here asked a very important question, MEC. Probably I will touch on it later to say when municipalities are failing, why the MEC and the Premier haven't sat down to say, how are we going to deal with the municipality in Newcastle? That municipality has collapsed. It's a total failure. It has collapsed. And I think, MEC, you know that. Now, so I was saying the AG speaks in facts and you speak in promises. Let me give you an example. Only 41 out of 275 municipalities, which is 15%, achieved clean audits, meaning 85% of municipalities are non-compliant or unreliable in financial reporting. That's a fact from the AG. Now, according to the department, the only thing that you are claiming is that you are implementing the audit improvement plans. So you see now, it's a promise. The AG has findings that the department has promised. There are no implementations. 2, 14 municipalities received disclaimer, 7 adverse opinions, 35 qualified audits, and 99 unqualified with findings, showing widespread internal control failures. And then the department says it is inspiring new hope through financial recovery plans and strengthening performance monitoring. So now there are problems within these municipalities. Chair, I won't read everything, but I will share some of the things with the HOD so that he can look at it. I was just highlighting a few to say there are problems, there are facts, and there are promises. Now, as I'm landing, as I said earlier, this is not political, this is not just propaganda, but there's a system failure with the department, and that system failure affects almost all municipalities. You know, Chairperson, if you get an opportunity when you drive up north, you must just go to Newcastle. And the only thing that you'll say, you'll be like, there is no municipality in this area. Everything's a disaster. Water, roads that are under municipalities. I'm not talking about the provincial roads. Everything's just a mess. Now the question is, until when? Because there is a system failure in that municipality, and COGTA is doing nothing. There's a system failure in Newcastle municipality, including Amajuba and stuff, but COGTA is doing nothing. The only thing that we hear are promises, but facts are there. Things are a mess. So I will appeal to the HOD and the MEC to sit down and revisit all these municipalities, take a bold decision. If the cabinet must sit down and take decisions, they must do so. Start with Newcastle municipality. It's a disaster. It's a disaster, Chairperson. And we are sitting here, we speak about facts and whatnot, but people out there who want service delivery are suffering in that region. So I think COGTA must sit down and come with a plan, Chairperson, for all these municipalities based on what the AG has come up with. And then that plan, they must then present it to the Chairperson, and we must see that plan as the SCOPA, so that we'll call them and make them to account, because there is a serious crisis. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mbata. I don't think there's anything to... MEC, do you mind if we just take the final questions and then I'll come back to you for some closing remarks? Because we are now at almost 1:25. We need to have lunch and we've got public works at 2. I'm not going to make that later. So, Honourable Mkhize, do you have a final question?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to the MEC, honourable members, HOD, and senior officials. My one will be short. My colleagues, my honourable members have covered me here. With regards to one question, the eThekwini municipality, do you have a number of councillors that are being provided with security? Is there a specific number? 2, was there a risk analysis done by the office of the Speaker? Because he has the powers to do so. Then he then takes that report to the subs in KZN for the approval of such to be done. Do you have anything like that? Specifically eThekwini, because you will find in some instances that you will have beside a mayor, a councillor is provided with, for some of them are armored vehicles. That's an ordinary councillor, maybe with 8 protection members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mkhize. We have requested a report on that. You may have heard. But MEC, if you want to respond. And MEC, you said earlier that all eThekwini councillors have got protection. I can tell you I'm married to one of them, and she doesn't have protection. So I don't think it's all. Maybe all applicants get protection, but certainly not all councillors.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think we will make the eThekwini report available, but what we can say is that most councillors in eThekwini do have security, and it started around the time when the councillor in Hammersdale was murdered, also the councillor in Umlazi. So we will get that report to the committee. But the procedure was not followed because SAPS could not keep up with the number of requests. But we will get that report. And finally, Chairperson, from where we are as COGTA and in our assessment, We would not say that Newcastle has collapsed. There are challenges, but if you categorize the municipalities in our state of local government, where you have dysfunctional, distressed, and functional municipalities, Newcastle certainly does not fall into the dysfunctional municipalities. Their municipal infrastructure grant, they've spent it. And not only that, National Treasury has given them an extra allocation because of the good work they've done in infrastructure spending. They've just received another grant for the disaster relief, which they've spent 100%. They've been able to repay ESCOM the debt worth millions. The major challenge in Newcastle is around Matadeni, Osizweni, where the consumers are not paying for services. They are not paying for the water, they are not paying for electricity. And those consumers in town are now subsidizing those who are not paying. And in terms of revenue enhancement, has caused a huge strain on the fiscus of the municipality. But in terms of governance and functionality, Newcastle certainly is doing well, but we are open to receive the specific incidents where members are pointing to, where we can go and investigate. Thank you, Chairperson.
Right, members, Honourable Mpata, really. And also, I'm seeing a lot of questions coming through, members, which could be directed at portfolio committee level. Remember, we're dealing with the money spent by the department, not what's going on in municipalities. So, Honourable Mpata, I'll give you an opportunity. If it's not a speech, please. And if it's a question about expenditure within the department of the budget. That's, in other words, is it a SCOPA question?
No, it's fine, Chairperson.
Please, thank you.
I think the MEC has answered me. Some of the questions that I have, I'll send to the MEC direct, but I'm covered. I'm not giving any speech.
No, look, we're all politicians, and I get it, but time is sometimes not with us. Okay, right. COGTA and your team, MEC, thank you very much. Acting HOD, thank you very much, and your very large team, most of whom said nothing. So maybe think about that next time you come here. AGSA, thank you very much as always. Support staff, thanks a lot. And of course, finally, members, thank you for your insightful questions and making sure it was a robust session. Right, we are going to have lunch now. Please come for lunch. It'll be wasteful expenditure if you don't. And then we start again promptly at 2 o'clock. If members are still in the lounge at 2 o'clock, I'm starting at 2 o'clock. Just letting you know. Okay, thank you. All right, members, those that are present, there are quite a few on the online platform, and all the representatives of the Department of Public Works. I welcome you all. Of course, AGSA, who always work with us. Welcome you all. the way we're going to work today is I'm first of all going to take, I believe the MEC is online. I do know that there was a clash in dates and times, which unfortunately meant that the MEC couldn't join us in person, but I thank him for being available online. So we'll take comments there first, then I will come to you, Dr. Govender, and I will ask you to introduce your team and then also indicate who's going to be speaking today. Once we've done that, then all those people will take the oath and affirmation, and then we'll get into your presentation. But without any further ado, let me go across to the MEC to give us some opening remarks. MEC, thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and to the committee. And please accept my humblest apologies that I cannot be there in person. Unfortunately, it was this a prior engagement outside of the province that I couldn't pull out of. So I really do apologize. But we did manage to move a few things while I'm here so that I can join virtually, because obviously the work of SCOPA is extremely important to us as a department. As we continue in our quest to become a clean department, a corruption-free department, but also a department that will one day, very soon, get the clean audit that you all want us to get. Chairperson, I won't keep you very long. We are here to look at the numbers and the figures and the plans of the department, not to listen to me. Let me just say that I have very mixed feelings about the audit outcome, Chairperson and committee. Because on the one hand, of course, we would have loved to get that clean audit, but we are proud of the fact that we didn't go backwards. We actually did show improvement. The Auditor General has acknowledged the improvement we have shown in various platforms and in the report. And that we also have to be very honest about it, that we missed our clean audit, not entirely because of our own fault, but also because of the issues we're facing with IDAs, with the interdepartmental accounts, and the issue of that we are being underfunded by the government or by the national and provincial treasury in paying the rates. And I'm not saying that to throw any department under the bus or throw treasury under the bus. They can only give us what they have to give us. But that is a significant shortfall in what we're supposed to pay on the rate. So those are the main reasons why we obviously did not manage to get the clean audit. But we've put many measures in place. Our payment to contractors have improved significantly. Our IDA bills are much lower than it was this time last year. So there is vast improvement, and we are confident that we will be able to deliver that clean audit. But it's not just about clean audits, but clean audit while we do service delivery, and that's what we're aiming for. But with those words, Chairperson, I would hand you over to the technocrats, the officials who's been doing the hard work. I'm not the one that works on it. They're the people that sit every day and work towards making this department function. So with that, I'll hand back to you, Chairperson, so we can get to the nitty-gritty of it and do the work of this committee. Thank you so much.
Thank you, MEC Mayor. Greatly appreciated. Right. Now, Dr. Govender, I'd like you just to start with yourself. Before we get to the oath and affirmations, can you just give us to introduce yourself, your name, your position, and how long you've been in that position? And then if each one of your members can do the same all the way to the end, please. You don't need to introduce them. They can introduce themselves. Okay, and if those trying to make the microphones work, use the mouse on the pad in front of you, and you can just move the mouse to the mouse. That's a finger reader. There's a mouse, and you just click on that microphone icon. It's a lot easier. There you go.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Greetings to yourself and the Honourable members. Greetings to the Honourable MEC who's on the virtual platform. My name is Dr. Vish Govender. I'm the Acting HOD for Public Works. It's approximately 1 year and 3 months now. Thank you.
Greetings, Chair. Greetings, honourable members. Greetings, MEC, who's on virtual line, and also honourable members who are attending the meeting virtually. My name is Tamim Genge. I'm from the Office of the HOD, Acting Director. I've been within the office for more than 4 years, but Acting Director, I've been acting for 4 months now. Thanks.
Greetings, Chair, MEC, colleagues and members of the committee. My name is Byron Pillay. I'm the Director for Enterprise Risk and Integrity Management, and I've been here for the past 6 years. Thank you.
Good afternoon, MEC, honorable members, the Speaker. My name is Andalib Khan. I'm the Chief Director for Corporate Services, and I've been in this position for 1 year and 2 months. Thank you.
Good afternoon, MEC Chairperson, honorable members and colleagues. I am Tobu Isemkunu. I'm the Acting Deputy Director General within Infrastructure Unit within Public Works. I've been acting for just about a month now.
Honorable MEC Chairperson, all members, good afternoon. My name is Nogwanda Gaba. I am currently acting as a Chief Director, Expanded Public Works Program. It's been 3 months. Thanks.
Greetings, MEC, Chairperson, honorable members, and all colleagues. My name is Konstantin Pselezi. I'm currently acting as a CFO of Public Works. I've been in this position for almost a month. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, honorable members. I'm Nalini Ori. I'm the Director of Financial and Management Accounting. I'm here for 1 year, 5 months. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and Honorable MEC, and to all the other colleagues. My name is Dr. Mlungi Simbili. I'm the Acting Director, Supply Chain Management. I've been acting for 13 months.
Good afternoon, everybody. Chairperson, MEC, and honorable members. My name is Dylan Naika. I'm the Acting Chief Director. I'm in this current position for just about a month now. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. MEC, if I can just call you back in. I've noticed that just almost all of your team are acting. And other than us having an Oscar ceremony, just on a light note, it's something that we've noticed in SCOPA, and luckily it doesn't seem to have affected your department too much. But there is a high level of acting positions across government, and we're starting to see the negative impacts of that in other departments. Can you just comment as to why that poses a problem for you and your department at the moment?
Thank you so much, Chairperson. There's 3 reasons mainly. The one is, as you know, we've been very strict on exercising consequence management within the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. We've had disciplinaries against various senior officials within the department in the last few months. Some of them, those disciplinaries led to dismissals, others led to them resigning. So many of our acting positions is that obviously those positions have to be filled after the people have resigned or has been found guilty in disciplinary and have been removed from the department. The second reason is once we moved someone into that acting position, obviously that position the person is in becomes an acting position. So we have to put someone else in that position. A good example would be Dr. Govender, who is an SNS member and the Chief Director. He is the acting HOD. So which means we have to get someone else to then act in his Chief Director position. So that is the other challenge that we face. And then thirdly is the one that, especially with EPWP, that we've received a request from COGTA to temporarily send our Chief Director of EPWP to assist them with some issues they were having for a few months. So he is now with COGTA, but he is still actually he's still an employee of Public Works and Infrastructure. It's just a loan to COGTA to assist them with an issue they've been having. Departments help each other out in that way, and obviously then we had to put someone in an acting position there. I also just want to say, Chairperson, that in most of these cases, because these people have their own position, so we're not paying acting allowances in most of these cases. So it's not that it's coming at any extra cost, because just of the way the rules and regulations work. So we try and manage it quickly. And then I want to also just add that most of our senior positions that's currently vacant has been advertised. Interviews are happening, including the position of HOD, where the screening panel is sitting next week. And most of our positions that we are having has been advertised, and some of them is either in the process of the interviews, or the interviews will be starting in the next week or 2. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, MEC. Are you confident that maybe by the end of the financial year you might be able to resolve a lot of these and have people permanently in their positions?
Yes, no, we've made it an absolute priority. So we are confident that I won't say 100%, Chairperson, because I can't predict the future 100%, but that we are confident that the vast majority of these positions will be filled by the end of this financial year. As I said, the majority of these have been advertised, and we are in the process of interviews with most of them. Thank you.
Thank you, MSC. Maybe your HOD, your acting HOD, can just make a note. And maybe we can make a note too as a resolution, because obviously we'll be seeing you again in February, that we get a report back on, hopefully, not necessarily the people, yeah, because I don't want to create any expectation, but hopefully we hear the word acting a lot less when we do this next year in Feb. Okay, all right, let's get back to then you acting HOD. So as I said, at your direction now, I just want you to, first of all, you know the oath and affirmation, we've done it before. So for those of you who don't know what we're doing an oath and affirmation. Before you testify before the committee, you raise your right hand, you say, I, your full name, hereby swear that I shall tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God. If you want to leave God out of it, you say, I, your full name, hereby affirm that I will tell the truth and nothing but the truth, and that's it. So I don't want everyone to do it, only the folks that you believe are going to talk to the committee, and anybody else, if they haven't done it and they are going to respond, will quickly do it before they do. Okay, so just at your direction, if you can just indicate to your members who must do it, but we obviously start with yourself. Thank you.
No, thank you, Chairperson. And in keeping with my appointment of an acting accounting officer, I'll be accounting today. I, Dr. Vish Govender, hereby swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Will you please instruct your members, whoever's going to speak, to do that, to do the same?
No. I'll be speaking, Chairman.
Okay, but what about your CFO? I think your CFO at least.
We can. Under your direction, we can, yeah. But most of it I'll be covering.
The CFO, please, at the very minimum. This isn't rocket science, guys. Hey.
Okay. Okay. I'm Kosinati Pcheles here, by swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God. Help me God. Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
Honourable Chair.
Honourable Mutlopa?
Yes, no, we appreciate that the CFO has introduced himself, but our expectation is that the HOD as an accounting officer will give us a report. But if he says CFO, because there are finances here, that would want to ask maybe direct to the CFO. I think they must correct that in future, that knowing that when we deal with these audit outcomes, there are questions that we may direct to the CFO because it deals with finances. That's what we are focusing at. Thanks.
All right, 100%. The CFO has taken the oath.
Yeah.
So we can
through
proceed.
Our request.
Yes, through our request. Okay. I normally ask everybody to do it, but today, just in the interest of time. So if anybody else is going to speak, if we have a question for you, you can't answer, that person will have to take the oath first before they speak. So at the moment, we've got yourself and the CFO. All right, that done. Can you now proceed with your presentation? Are we helping you with it? Are we putting it up?
Yes, I confirm same, Honourable Chairperson.
All right, we'll bring it up now. Can I please ask, as you go through it, if you can just tell us moving to slide 2, 3, 4, just so we can follow you, okay? It's coming up. I'll let you know when you can go. Got it. Just one here. It's HOD's report. Okay, that should be coming up shortly. It's not sharing. Okay, there you go. Right.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and greetings once again to the Honourable members and yourself and the Honourable MEC that's dialed in virtually. Honourable Chairperson and Honourable members, it's actually a bittersweet moment for the Department of Public Works. I think the MEC echoed those sentiments in his preamble, whereby in actual fact we actually on a clean audit, but what matters that I will be covering under item 1 that was beyond our control to an extent that it was related to finances. With that, Chairperson, we can move to slide 2. On slide 2 is the contents of our presentation. As guided by this august House and yourself, we've been requested to present on the AGSA 24-25 audit outcomes. We will be providing you a management overview of the unauthorized, irregular, and fruitful wasteful expenditure. We will also be providing you a response to the RT46 fleet management contract. We will also be covering expenditure in respect of legal representations. Second of them would be that on the current bill outstanding to the Special Investigations Unit. And lastly, which is a norm, is that on a report by the accounting officer in respect of forensic investigations. We can then move to slide 3. And Chairperson, let me firstly start off by saying that if one looks at this at slide 4, one would note that, can we move to slide 4? One would note, slide 4? Yes. One would note on that schematic representation that with regards to the financial statements, we've received a clean audit. With regards to the annual performance plan, we've received a clean audit. With regards to expenditure management, with regards to compliance with legislation, we received a qualification, a material finding, and it has numerous categories that we measured on, and I would like to take this committee in confidence through the point of expenditure management. Now, one would note that Public Works is a creature of instructions, and being a creature of instructions, it's obvious that the budget sits with the client departments. When we appeared before this august House, Honourable Chair, some time back, we made certain affirmations to yourself or pledges to yourself and the Honourable members that we will reduce the interdepartmental accounts, which were sitting at 933 million, just short of $1 billion, and it was monies that was accumulated by those that came before myself and MEC Mayor. Under the stewardship of MEC Mayor and the esteemed team that I lead, we're happy to report to you today that we've put action to lip service, and we currently sit with an IDA balance of just over 400 million. And currently, for the last 3 months, we have managed to pay all service providers within the 30-day period. So in essence, we have turned the corner in regards to the payment of 30 days. However, it's important that as an accounting officer, I take yourself and this committee through the point and take you into confidence of the issues with respect to the property rates payments for the province of KZN. Again, Honourable Chair, I'm not going to take you through what we've already said before this committee, but I'm going to take you through the interventions that we've put in together with the help and the policy directives given by Honourable MEC Mayor. This department received this year a total of 958 million for the allocation of property rates to cover an expenditure of 1.7 billion. We off the target close to 834 million, and in order for us to ensure that we maintain payments to municipalities so they can execute crucial deliveries, we've undertaken various tasks of ensuring that we lower the burden of rates on the state, and we ensure that we do not incur an over expenditure which will be